Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome in the TEFS trading room and in the VIP room too. Thank you, Clifton. Good morning to you. How are you today? Ready for another choppy day on the market, hopefully? Yesterday was not that bad day on my side. Beautiful winners, great green day again. So thank God so far I have a 4 green streak week. Let's just see if this is going to be the fourth actually. It looks like I am definitely hoping for that. Yesterday market was nice in opportunities, also very choppy on the other hand too. So I'm going to be very careful of that, especially the ones who were expecting this after CPI report, the market to continue higher, were a bit disappointed in the beginning of the day because all of the market just turned lower. But after the after this 10, 10, 10, 15, we have seen a sharp reversal to the upside. Well, today though, we are starting a little bit into the flat side, but I would like to show you that especially in the pre-market, we have been much lower, but seems like the PPI numbers and the unemployment claims just helped the market to climb back a little bit. So as I mentioned you, and I was expecting the PPI numbers just came better than expected, and even the unemployment claims, it was lower than expected. So fantastic news again on the economic side. Also, not that great news on the tariff side again. So champagne lovers warning that's going to be a 200% tariffs on French champagnes and other liquors and spirits. This is another decision from Trump. So counter tariffs are going between Europe now. Crazy, crazy. This trade war, guys, it was just, has started like since January, middle of January, as we know, but it just intensifies and starting to be really crazy here. So sorry for all champagne lovers. Bad news so far. Even your breakfast it's in danger because the avocado prices now it's the champagne. So what a world! What a world! Hi, good morning, Lee. Now, beside of the joke, it's just starting to be really, really, let's call it like interesting and temperate this whole trade war and actually this uncertainty and these counter profits from all of these sides is going to cause more uncertainty on the markets, traders, and volatility. So seatbelts on again. Hi Brian, good morning to you. Hi Dor and the second, good morning to you. Anticipator, nice to see you. All right, traders, if there is any problem with the sound, please just let me know. But so far seems like everything is okay, so we can just start our usual pre-market session after this bad news on the champagne tariffs indeed. So traders, today, as I mentioned you already, the PPI numbers out, unemployment claims out, both of them better than expected. So that can just give a little bit more boost for the market also. On the big investment houses and banks side, analysts do not agree in the question whether the correction is over or it's still going to be continued. Because on the JP Morgan side, they've told that in their opinion, it's going to be highly likely this correction is over. The reason for that why they do think that might the correction, I mean the worst is over. Well, actually, the reason for that it is like despite this market's meltdown, the ETF inflows and portfolio rebalancing by mutual funds, pensions, and sovereign wealth investors, potentially injecting $135 billion into the markets. This is showing that there is a strong chance that most of the correction is behind us. This was just noted by JP Morgan indeed. So, well, let's see, even Davis research called for the correction, it's over, But on the other hand, Goldman Sachs and now yesterday even Barclays or which one just hit the market outlook hard indeed. And here again, as I've told you, this is actually the headline in the market watch that another strategist chops his S&P 500 target, but for a different reason than the Goldman Sachs reduction. So as you can see, even the big boys does not know yet where are we heading. Well, one thing is for sure, guys, we have volatility, great opportunities, but I must tell you that this environment, especially for the starter traders, it can be highly, let's call it like risky and a little bit like an unknown environment. So please be careful. Hi, Anne. Good morning to you. Okay. So, well, let's just see what's coming next. So if CPI and PPI is not enough good news for the market to turn around or at least to see a little bounce, traders, I assume that might we're going to see this bear flag, which is at the moment not even a bounce, just a bear flag, which is actually forming on the daily chart. If it's going to break under this 551.90 with the SPY, it's going to be an easy continuation on the triple Q. This number of this consolidation, which has started since I would say since Monday, this number by the triple Q is 466 and 70. So these levels I'm going to watch. So we are quite of a far away from that so far, at least. And to the upside, I would like to see this 485 to break on the triple Q daily chart, and on the SPY. Let me just check it. What can be this important strong resistance level to break? Well, in my opinion, we should break first this okay, 565 first, but the most important here would be the 200 EMA and the 570 level in order to see a bounce, at least a little healthy bounce. If not, as I mentioned you, I can imagine a consolidation here, which is in this case is going to be called as a bear flag and a possible continuation. As I mentioned you, well, today it's already Thursday, traders. We still have one more trading day left about Thursday from this week, and next week it's a big week, Wednesday, Fed day. That means that if we are not going to see a decision until this time, Fed day definitely is going to make the decision or force the market to make a decision on the next leg down or starting a small recovery or bounce. Well, let's see what is going to happen. Now, as I mentioned you, we are starting an inside day. Uncertainty is looming because despite of good CPI, PPI numbers, the trade war is still very much causing trouble. So let's see what happened all over the stock exchanges. As I see, indeed, European stocks with this news again on the alcoholic beverage stocks, especially falling or after Trump returns 200% tariffs on them. And that means that the DAX is down 0.71%, even FTSE is a bit lower, but CAC, IBEX, all of them are in the red. IBEX actually, it's a small green indeed. Asia, it's in red. Hang Seng is 0.58% ended, and I've seen BABA again, which was one of my biggest miss on the short side yesterday, to the downside again, 2.20%. Bitcoin is pulling back again after a nice pullback. Also, it was red. Now it's moving a little bit to the green side, but it found a resistance on this 84K level and back under 83,000 again. So I see even coin is dropping. SMCI is down, which was a quite of a nice mover yesterday. AMD is down. Shopify, PLT are pulling back too. Netflix, overall triple Q SPY into the red side, but SPY just barely. Triple Q, it's a little bit still weaker, 0.12%. And Apple, which in my opinion, it was one of the big reasons why we have seen the market shedding in the first half half of yesterday, Apple is in a small red again. So seems like Apple just cannot find a support. Also, I must tell you this 215 must act as a support here. If it's going to fall over, I can imagine we are going to pull back even to this $200 level without a stop. So this is a very big move to the downside, a huge dump on the Apple so far. Let's see whether it can stop a little bit, at least for a while, or it's just going to continue this drop till this $200 level. So far, Apple still looks weak and can put the triple Q in a problem again or in a trouble. Plus, Adobe got the earnings and not the best earnings traders. So maybe I'm going to start with that on the news side because ADB and E, it is down at the moment. I'm just telling you 7%. A reason for that, not really good numbers on the earnings. I'm just telling you exactly what happened. So issuing lackluster fiscal second quarter guidance, which is really bad numbers. It's just missed the expectations. That means that Adobe can be on our short list. Good morning, Steve. So I'm just going to start my list, but traders, as usual, please, if you have anything on the radar, please just raise it in the chat, or even if you have any questions regarding the TEFS packages, TEFS challenges, how you can get to the VIP room, please just drop me an email. I'm more than happy to answer that. So to the short side, I'm going to put Adobe first. Sorry, secondary list. Sorry. Okay, so Adobe, as you can see, after this nasty earnings after market close, it could not stop bleeding. It's still moving down 407 area or so. It's not that far away from the previous significant low, which was 403, but I can see it really, really weak. And actually, if we break this $400 area, the next one back is 380. So in my opinion, it can be a really big short or a really good short candidate on our side. Yes, what is the average number of operations per day? Is each operation considered an hour? No, actually operations means like trades, and usually I'm taking maximum 5 trades a day. Okay. Yes, this was your question. All right, traders, so let's just make another great candidate here, which is Intel, which has jumped 10% after the company said it had appointed Lip Bhutan, who was previously the chief executive of software company Cadence Design System, as a new CEO. So seems like the Intel likes, I mean, not the Intel itself, but the stockholders like this decision. In my opinion, Intel it's a little bit overdone here to the downside. It made several bottom reversals here. Now again on the 20 last. Now it's back to this $23 area. In my opinion, it still has room to go higher, especially this 2470, which is the 200 EMA. And if I'm just zooming in, we can see a great gap to fill back to this 24.29. So I really like the Intel to the long side, but Intel can be a bit crazy mover nowadays, not because of the of the price, but because of the news as it got related, you know, with these government things and Trump and so on. So be careful with the Intel, but so far looks very nice to the long side. Hi, Martins. Good morning to you. Please stay on the lower share size, okay? And if you will have time, just answer me. Thank you. Okay, guys, UiPath, it's here, PATH. PATH, it's a nice mover, 13% to the upside. Sorry, it was Intel. So pass it's down 19%. I don't know why my platform did not refreshed. Now it's refreshed. Sorry. So pass is down a lot. And the reason for that, again, earnings. Not the best numbers here, and it is under this $9 area, which is a little bit fragile. Stocks under $10, sometimes you cannot short them. Let's see if there will be an opportunity for us, because past doesn't look good at all to the upside. Definitely to the short side, a little bit too much for me to the downside, but let's see whether it can just stretch even lower. Pass it down, by the way, after the fourth quarter revenue and first quarter sales guidance just missed the Wall Street expectations. Ouch. All right, we still have some more here to go. Sentinel, cybersecurity stock, that was not among the lucky ones either, especially because of first quarter revenue guidance, it was really weak, and that's why S is just dumping a lot. Let's see whether the volume and the momentum is enough to call it to the short side. Well, in my opinion, yes, but let's be careful, excuse me, with this stock as well, because especially on Tuesday, it can be a little bit crazy. As I'm going to call it to the short side, let's see whether we see a nice continuation here. All right, next one. Tesla, which was a nice bumper yesterday. Today, it is again on the red side, not too much though, only 0.22%. So in my opinion, traders, if this Tesla can break yesterday high, especially at pre-market high, might we can continue higher with the Tesla. I'm going to watch it, but I'm not going to call it to the long or to the short side. Well, I think it depends on the market sentiment as well, whether it can get stronger. Next one, it is AEO, American Eagle Outfitters, which is done, issuing disappointing guidance, unfortunately. So this is, again, not a good news for the companies and especially the sector. But as you can see, it's climbing back a little bit only, not too much though, still down more than 5%. Looks like an interesting daily chart in my opinion. And I must tell you that this is a very much oversold territory on that stock. I'm going to be careful with the short here. I'm just going to call it to the secondary list. All right, let's see what was the problem here. It's a fact that issued a disappointing guidance, anticipates a mid-single-digit drop in sales for its first quarter, while analysts expected just a 1.3% revenue increase. Ouch. For the full year, it expects a low single-digit decline in sales versus expectations of a 3% growth. However, it reported an earnings beat for the fourth quarter and revenue in line with estimates. So it's a little bit, let's call it like a mixed news for this AEO, but the fact is there that the outlook is not good, and seems like that the stockholders don't like it too much. But be careful, again, it's very extended to the downside. Okay, hi DVG, good morning to you. Hi Todd. If you have anything on the radar, guys, please just let me know. iRobot comes next, which is 5% lower. This is though a $3 stock. I'm not sure I want to trade it, but rather Dollar General, which is up 5.5% at the moment, as it's just beat analyst expectations on the fourth quarter revenue. Well done, DG. So DG is going to be my first on the long list for today. Second, actually, to be precise, because we have Intel already. Hi, Tara. Good afternoon to you. Nice to see you. Okay, so DG is here. And the last one, Wells Fargo, with some news upgrade to outperform. So Wells Fargo can go to the long side, WFC, and I've seen it was XLF, which is green. So let's see whether the banks can see a small pullback here. Other stocks to the long side, Roblox, I like it, traders. It's very strong, as I've seen. Roblox is just jumping now 1.55%, and I love the daily, so I'm going to watch Roblox for a possible reversal here. It's a bit too much to the downside, in my opinion. So Roblox to the long side. This is the strongest on my list. NVIDIA is not bad either, and JP Morgan, as I mentioned you, that the financial sector is quite strong. So NVDA is pushing higher in the pre-market. JP Morgan, as I mentioned you, And even, as I've seen, JP Morgan can be a very nice reversal on the 200 EMA. And BA is quite strong, 0.60% higher on a reversal too. I'm just going to call even JP Morgan here. To the short side, Coin Baba, which I'm going to watch here. Also, coin is dependent on the Bitcoin, as you know, and SMCI, PLTR, Shopify, quiet week. I'm just going to call still Baba here because, as I mentioned, even the Hang Seng is just moving lower. So traders, that's it. I'm just done with the list. We have some nice shorts and longs to start the day with, not too many, which is just pleasant. And the TTD anticipator, I'm just checking it. Trade desk, come on. TTD. Yes, nice. But a little bit the same problem with just like with AEO, a little bit too much to the upside. Doesn't mean it cannot go lower. Indeed, we can watch it on our list too. Thank you very much indeed. So VIP room traders, I just wish you a beautiful green day with Scott and DVG. Clifton, thank you very much for your help as always. And I'm just going to go to the YouTube and trading there for 1.5 hours. So have a nice green day, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, top of the morning to everybody. Welcome to the 44 Trading Room and welcome to a beautiful Thursday here. We've got 3 days behind us and the 2 days in front of us here, Thursday and Friday of this week, should be really, really good. Today, I'm anticipating a great volatile market, which gives us the opportunity to make some money here while trading today. Futures have recovered a little bit off the bottom here. If you've been with us this morning watching pre-market or listening to Aggie, you can see kind of where we were and where we're going today, and it looks like we're starting to recover just a bit here this morning. We'll go over that and more. Get you prepared for the day, get you really dialed in for where we need to be today and the sectors and stocks that we need to be playing in this morning. We'll start off with the Asian markets in the overnight session. We saw the Nikkei drop by 29 points, Hong Kong Hang Seng down 138, and the Shanghai and China down 13. Europe still in session right now. German DAX down 108.54, FTSE in the UK up 6, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 17. That's one market up and 5 markets down, putting pressure to the downside of the U.S. futures here, and that's exactly what we have. Pre-market futures here, Dow opening up about 33 points, 29 points to the lower side. NASDAQ down 56.5, and the S&P futures down 8 this morning. So we're going to see a little bit lower open. I'm anticipating lower open, higher close today. So we'll look at that. I'm a little bit bullish today as we get into the day today. If you're looking at oil this morning, oil's down about 60 cents, 67.08, just teetering on that 67. And then if you're in the gold patch, while gold is up $6 after rallying, now it's at 29.52.80. Remember what I said, it's going to be at 3,000 here fairly soon. So we'll watch the gold play as well. Silver's down 14 cents, copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down as well. Wholesale price came out this morning kind of flat in February compared with a expected increase. That's better, that's good, right? And then it's just tariffs. Trump threatening to put 200% tariff on French champagne and other EU European spirits. Russia plays hardball over ceasefire deal as U.S. officials head to Moscow, trying to get that settled there with Ukraine. And that's really about it this morning. So Trump's tariffs, was it CPI out, and that's helping the markets. That's about it, really, this morning. So nothing more there. So stocks are going to have to stand on their own. It's going to be a picker's market here, stock picker's market, and we'll get you through that this morning. Thank you to Aggie for kicking us off this morning. DVG and I will take the main room this morning along with Clifton. Can't do what we do without Clifton taking care of us each and every day. Thank you, Clifton, for being here and for taking care of the room as you do such a great job. Good morning to you, Brian. Good morning, Lee. Steve, good morning. Martins, good morning to you. Darren, good morning. Good morning, DVG. Good morning, Seth. Steve Farah, good morning. Yep. Good morning, Darren. Great to have you here in the room. Absolutely. We appreciate that. Super to have you here. Jim, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And listen, we will be looking at that VWAP today, both on the triple Qs and on the overall market and on these specific stocks. Let's get into those right now. I'm going to post the alert. First one here, Intel this morning over 2360, and it's already over that, so we'll have to wait for a pullback here this morning. But Intel looking good over 2360 this morning. INTC. Post that here, something to look at. And then, of course, Tesla this morning. Probably my favorite stock here this morning. Tesla long over 250, TSLA long over 250. Natural breakout over the whole number. Looks good. And then Dollar General this morning over 80. DG probably could get into it before that. I know Aggie had touched on it this morning. DG long over 80 this morning. We'll see if that pulls down, then we're going to get into that stock long. Dollar General, by the way, in the news this morning. And let me grab you that that headline there on DG this morning. So Dollar General comes out and says they're up about almost 7% after the fourth quarter revenue beat analyst expectations. Posted revenue of 10.3 billion above consensus of 10.26 billion per LSEG. So that's good news for DG Dollar General. Okay, last but not least, will be a short on PATH under 960. PATH short under 960 here. PATH short under 960. Got to check the shares to make sure I have them, but that's that here. Okay, we are set to go now in the room. Any of you that are joining us for the first time, thank you for checking us out. Thank you for being with us today. Great to have everybody here, and good to be with everybody here this morning on this Thursday. So let's kick some tail this morning, get things ready to rock and roll, and let's have a great day. DVG is in the house. He'll give you his 2 cents here on the market. We'll get ready for the open, and looking forward to being with everybody today. All right, DVG.
Can you hear me okay, Scott?
Yep, perfect. Sounds great.
Right on. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Shout out to some of the new folks who got in the room. Darren, welcome, welcome, welcome. Look, markets are without a doubt choppy. So keep an eye on big levels. What's interesting is I was actually doing some analysis on some of the daily and fractal kind of technical patterns. And while we did put in a little bit of a diamond here on the Qs, was looking at it a 5-15 minute turnaround. What I'm kind of worried about is, are we setting up a potential another diamond pattern, which typically are signals of a reversal. Now, granted, that reversal was to the upside to find a bottom. My concern is, like any kind of Wyckoff distribution that we've been talking about for now a couple weeks, we peaked out, we see the sell-off, then there's the next level is a markdown, and usually we see a bounce before an official markdown. So did we go straight to markdown? I don't know. That's not really common. It can totally happen. So today I think it's going to be another day of trader's paradise. So be cautious, be careful, take your points, pay yourself first. I'll be watching Meta today at around 624. I want to see how it behaves up there, if it even does, if it starts to reject that area short, if we start to push in markets, etc., maybe to go long. Also keeping an eye on Adobe. Earnings weren't terrible. Bad guidance, forward guidance. I think the big trouble is with Adobe is big on usage of memory for any kind of graphics type data. So do we see a little bit of a bounce in it today up to like maybe 420, 423? Snap your AU up, keep an eye on that one today because it could be interesting from a trading perspective. If not, it could easily tank. So I'm watching 477 on the Qs for area of kind of support resistance, and then 561.20 on the SPY, which SPY is a little bit weaker than the Qs today. So Again, trade cautiously will be open in 2 seconds. Should take
Yeah,
off.
here's the open traders. Let's trade cautious this morning. Watch to see if we pull back this morning, like right now, for some possible longs. And then let's slaughter it. This S here should be a good short on S.
Okay, this is what I was concerned about on the open. I'm gonna probably put some puts on the SPY just because it's a little weaker than the Qs. Could be an opportunity to sell this pop from yesterday, obviously. So just be careful. We could easily snap higher. So I'm gonna get a few put options here on the SPY.
Okay, traders, S short this morning. This will be my first trade of the day. 1850 here this morning. 1850 on the short on S. Target 18.
Watching Microsoft and Meta this morning as kind of the canaries. Also keeping an eye on CEG. So CEG, interesting enough, Constellation Energy could see a big movement, considering that pretty much all the big hyperscalers kind of agreed to double down on spending in nuclear energy. So that could be an interesting headline worth noting for a like long-term buy. You know what I mean? Like a swing. Adobe now broke 400. Let's see how low we go. I'm going to short here 397. Okay,
Let's see if we can get this S now.
Adobe under 397. I'm posting it now.
Maybe down to that, maybe down to 17 area there where it started to make the run higher. Anyway, I am short full share size here on S. This spike up.
Okay, gonna add Adobe here under 396.50. There we go. We're adding to Adobe. I'm going to add to my put options on the SPY here in a moment if we continue to break down. Trying to be patient here. Could be tricky. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Well, it's a pretty strong push.
Sticking with the short here on S. Hope it hits 19. I'm going to short some more.
I'm going to short NVIDIA here. 116.10. 116.10 NVIDIA short. If it breaks 115, I'll add. Tesla might be in trouble here. Watching the Qs, I'm going to probably grab some put options on the Qs here. If we break 472, it could be a buy story.
Go, baby. Come on. We need to break 18 now on S. Yeah, I should have S up here. I'm sorry. There we go.
Okay, guys, getting ready to add to NVDA short here. Under 115, if we do, that's a big signal to sell off here.
Tesla pulling down.
Okay.
Dollar General also looking good here. Adobe done. I said if we get over 19, I will short some more, adding to a losing trade, but still feel confident with this Sentinel-1 trade here. S again short at 1850.
Adobe now. I'm going to take a partial on Adobe. Just a moment. Come on. Give me a fill in 391 area. Nah, don't bounce. Come on.
There we go. I'm going to short some more here.
Uh-oh. NVIDIA and the SPY moving slightly against right now. I don't like that. This could be the push. So I'll get out of my short positions if it's a push. No big deal. Obviously, Adobe performing though, so can't complain there. But NVIDIA now finding some action here above the 200, which I don't love. But trying to be patient. It's only 50 cents for now, but I don't want to see it like rip over 5 or 117 and then cause a problem here. Again, big level 115.15 on NVIDIA for it to break to the downside. Right now, obviously holding above it. So I was seeing if we actually are going to push lower and we break that level, then I can really load it up. I'm watching Tesla break down. I'm watching the Qs now. I'm going to add to the Qs in a moment to the downside. Meta now tanking. I missed it. Oh well. I'm not going to kick myself. Again, 624 is where I wanted to be to short it. Under 116.10 on NVIDIA, I'll add. But again, SPY getting some strength here, may be forced to close my put options. We'll see.
Again, traders extra full share size now on S on the short.
Q's now getting weaker. Feeling good. All right, guys, I'm going to add to NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get some real movement here.
Yeah, target's going to be right around 18, I believe, on S. I want to see that pull back all the way down to the whole number here.
Here comes the move now that I've been waiting for on NVIDIA and on SPY. Let's load up on NVIDIA. If we break 115.15, I'm gonna nail this thing full size. And then Tesla now just falling off the face of the earth here. What's going on here? 241.
Hammered down now under that 242. Still looking at target of 18 on S. 18 flat.
I don't want to necessarily short Tesla now, but it looks great for a short. Guys, I'm gonna take a partial on Adobe here. Okay, we're out. Partial on Adobe. Perfect. It's do or die time now for SPY. Let's just hope it doesn't bounce because that would suck.
Come to Papa. Come on.
Oh, man. Of course.
Dollar target.
Look at NVIDIA now getting some strength here. Well, they got me, it looks like, here in a moment. I'm probably going to, I'll wait till 117. It'll be a horrible loss for me if it does, but market should make a decision here. Realistically, could have waited for the official move up or down, but I wanted to get out of it, see if I get better pricing, and unfortunately, it might cost me this morning. Tesla looking great, though, to the downside.
Yeah, it sure is. Okay, traders, DG over 78. DG over 78 here. Posting this trade. DG, Dollar General, long 78. You might want to take a look at this DVG. Looks good.
A DG?
Yeah, DG over 78.
I'm actually watching TSM right now, too. Got hammered over. Yeah, I'm going to stay away from DG for now, but...
Not a great volume stock, but I'm going to come in here 78 long.
I don't know. I think like SPY could go either direction right now. It's 50-50, so it doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies. I need to see a real push to the downside here, or I may just start trimming up in case we start to pop to the upside to protect my exposure. I need a definitive move here real soon. Come on, NVIDIA. Give me a break under 115. If we bounce here today, guys, like I'm going to obviously dump all these short positions and go long everything because Big level for the Qs is 477. PPI data came out along with CPI data yesterday. We were kind of looking to put in a bottom, but I don't know if it's the best news. So do we see additional markdown today? Question mark, right? Or is this the area where bulls show up and go, let's build some hedges here to the upside? And
So far, we're
so
struggling for direction. I mean, we're fairly flat with our with the futures here in the pre-market. So we're just kind of meandering right now, like DVG says, kind of looking for that direction.
what I don't like is that in the news they're talking about puts like as hedge options. So now it's telling everyone like, yeah, buy puts, buy puts, buy puts, buy puts, aka we're gonna run you over. That's what I'm worried about when I hear that in the news.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's true, but when you get a retailers, via the TV to buy a bunch of stuff that you want them to buy, it's because you want to do the opposite. SPY looking strong now. I don't like this position that I'm in.
Watch the DG position here at 78. Again, still short S and S target at 18 and below.
Nvidia is still okay for now. I want to see like a big push to the downside though. Like again, 115.15 breaks. I'd be willing to double my size in this trade, which is kind of scary because maybe we find support there, but I need to see it crack. We've got a ton of buyers down in that area, 115, 30, 20. So if we break that level, we should start to scoot to the downside. LMT, I'm tempted to do a swing trade there. CEG pulling back pretty strong this morning. TSM looking great to the upside now. And I may go long here on that and then dump NVIDIA if we start to scoot. Guys, SPY looks really strong now. I'm kind of getting concerned here on my put options. Shoot. Aha. Okay. Reject that close. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do not push above that close, please. Do not print above that close. Guys, look at Meta now, down at 610. Here comes the breakdown or breakout. Guys, this is the candle. We should know right here. All right. If we get under low of session on the SPY, I will add more to my put options. Guys, NVIDIA on its way down now. Let's get ready to add here. Under 115.15, we'll add. Instead of taking a partial, guys, I want to add to this sucker. Let's see if we get, down to like 112 area. If it breaks. If it doesn't, it could easily bounce right here. So if it bounces, I'll get out. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go. Break, break, break. You got the 115.19. I said 115.15. We're off by 4 cents. So let's hope that the continuation happens. Tesla now falling out of bed. Meta now falling out of bed. For some reason, NVIDIA is holding up. I don't want that. Just be patient. Here comes NVIDIA, guys. Do I take a partial or do I wait? I'll wait. Come on.
Traders, no trade on DG yet. Still waiting for that 78 to break to the upside. NASDAQ just doubled its loss. And we're on our way with S.
Here we go.
Just need that S to hit 18.
Okay, come on, NVIDIA. Waiting for the SPY now as well. I don't like that we just tagged my level and then bounced a little bit. So I'm going to take a partial in a moment on NVIDIA. Let's see if we get a break now. Come on, come on, come on. SPY's moving lower now. That's good. Q's moving lower. Come on, NVIDIA. You can do it. SPY now breaking lower. Notice this 115.15 level now bouncing on NVIDIA. I don't want to see that. I want to see it break that under 115 in one bar straight down. That would be the ideal move.
I think I'm going to stay away from Tesla today. Yeah. No reason to mess with it. Well, the stocks I'm looking at right now, I haven't had the bounce or the follow through like I thought here, especially on S and then on DG. I thought DG would start to take off here, but the deal with DG is we don't have the volume that we need.
I might be kicking myself for not taking a partial on NVIDIA here. Really hope we don't turn around here. Literally got to that level I wanted to be at and it didn't break 115. It's a little concerning. Next time we get in and around that area, I'll probably trim some. Let's see if we get that break under 115.
JPM getting whacked right now.
And the same with the SPY. Like I'll probably trim up on those put options because it looks like we should see like a definitive move and we're not, which is kind of concerning. Here we go. Come on, NVIDIA, just break for me, please, downside so that I can, sleep easy tonight.
Right.
Okay, here goes. SPY on its way. It's making a decision here. Double attempt here at the low of day. Come on.
Look at JPM getting wrecked this morning as well.
I'm going to let the rest run on Adobe here. I'm going to take a partial here at this 388 print. That looks great for me. I'm going to let the rest run on Adobe. I was kind of hoping for the same type of move on NVIDIA than be able to let the rest run, but I might have to trim just to like mitigate exposure here because we are not giving up that 115 print. Really unfortunate.
Come on. Here comes our entry on DG. Watch DG at that 78. The volume's not bad, right? I mean, but it's not great.
Still in NVIDIA. Tesla would have been the short of, like I should have been messing with that this morning. Oh well. Same with Meta. I wanted to short Meta yesterday. And this morning we pushed to 624, but we missed it, unfortunately. There's going to be a lot of buyers down at 600, though, I think, on Meta. People think that that's a good deal. I think 577 becomes a reality for it, but this is the trouble with trading stocks like NVIDIA, where it's like everybody's favorite. Really thought maybe we'd see a push down to the 112 area, but 115 is holding like a champ.
Watch DG. Now target's going to be 79 traders, 79 on DG.
This feels like a trap. SPY is only slowly creeping towards the low of session without breaking. And if it is, it's just barely moving lower by like a penny. And then finding buyers. So is this a bear trap? Question mark. Or is this a legitimate sell-off coming like in the making? And I'm looking around, seeing Nvidia, seeing TSM, seeing Tesla now trying to put in a bottom here at 240. Like it feels like a trap. So I'm gonna probably trim up here on Nvidia. Let's see what it does here at the VWAP. If we push above the VWAP, I'm gonna probably dump this position. Uh-oh. Well, okay, there's some real sellers now in the SPY. Let's see what happens. What a fight. What a fight today. Jeez. Hopefully we make a directional decision now on the SPY, and that decision is down, down, baby. There it is. There's the break. Let's see how low we go now on the SPY. And then I will trim up on these put options here in just a moment. We're up 25% on them, so not a bad start to the day on that. Just need Nvidia now to break down under 115.
Yep, still just being very, just waiting on our, there we go, just waiting on the fall for S. Again, I'm just focused on it right now, $79 on DG.
Come on, Nvidia. What's the hold up? So many people want to buy you down at 112. Go there. Okay, SPY looking great. We'll take a couple off here. Okay, Nvidia should make a move now. Finally. Finally. Let's see the break. Come on. There's the double bottom on the day. Please don't bounce. Please don't bounce. It just peaked into 114 for half a second. There we go. Thank you. We're going to take a partial, guys, in just a moment. See what it does here in the 114 area. Please don't bounce. There we go. There's the break. Let's see a bigger break now. Panic, panic, panic. Okay, taking a small partial on Nvidia. We'll still leave some size.
Okay, there's our 79 on DG. I'm going to take it off right here. This is a full point on DG. So 79.10. There we go. 79.10 on DG. I'm going to take this out right here, and I'm out of the trade right here. So got a little bit better fill. That's good. Okay, out 3/4 of the trade on DG. Now the quarter left on DG and S. Hopefully coming down here again. Target on S is 18. We're going to wait for it here. Just 2 trades so far this morning. And again, all you need is 2 great trades, right? Don't need any more.
Yeah, I mean, we went pretty heavy this morning. Again, on like two, 3 trades.
Yep. Yep.
And not bad, up 3K on the day. Not terrible.
No.
Let's see if we can get a little bit more. We'll let the runners continue to grow. Like Adobe, we trimmed up, so I don't really care what happens with that one. We're seeing the Qs put in new session lows. Now it's just a little bit of a game of patience and managing the trades. So like with NVIDIA, can it break more? Sure. Am I going to get greedy? No. So like paying yourself on the way down is okay, because we can easily bounce anywhere in these levels. So we all know rule number 1, pay yourself first. And then in a perfect world, what's great is if you start doing that more often, you can put risk behind you, meaning you take your profits and then you give a little more grace to the runners, right? So what you don't want to do is, like, let's just say you have 100 shares and you take 20 as a partial, and then those 80 shares move against you in a trade, wiping out your gains, like versus the other way, grab 70 shares and then if it moves in favor, you can add another 20, right? But it's kind of where I'm at with NVIDIA, like taking partials on the 114, fine, bank some profits. This looks really bad. Tesla could bounce here, but I would not buy this dip because I feel like now we're in official markdown. Meta, what a bummer, guys. Really wanted to short Meta this morning, but we didn't get the push to 624, which is kind of where I saw some confluence, but definitely be careful here today.
Yep.
Q's now putting in a new session low. We just went below yesterday's low and the day before, and we're on our way to 468.85, which was the drop previous low. So I'm actually going to add more to my SPY options now that they're putting in a new session low. I'm going to let the rest run on NVIDIA. Let's see what it does here. Now we don't bounce. I'm going to get some put options on Tesla too. Risky though. Oh my God, they're too expensive. $230 put options that expire tomorrow are $400. No thanks. No, thank you. Here comes NVIDIA though.
Let's go.
I hate to see markets tank like this because it has an impact on a lot of people. But guys, we are traders first, so not to say you got to be a complete savage, but you kind of do in anything you do. Huge trade now on NVIDIA, so I'm going to take some off. That was scary for me, Scott, to be honest. I was pumping up my size here on NVIDIA, adding on the way down. It was bouncing around, nearly took me out. Man, that was a tough one, but we're there. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at the comments here. DLTR instead of Steve, Rick, INTC long for the VWAP, R over 24. So I didn't see it. Coin, another nice fade. Let's look at coin, actually. You're right. I have that on my list, but oh, gross. Look at that. Did you take advantage of that, Mark? Yeah, guys, I'd be cautious on buying the dip. You really want to see validation. Like, I get we want to buy the dip and all that stuff. What I was looking at was, as I mentioned before, you see a diamond pattern, it's usually the sign of like change in direction. Guys, give me a second. I'm looking at LMT right now. I'm going to probably go long here for a swing trade. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, so I was saying is, like, anytime you see a diamond pattern, it's usually the sign of a counter trend building, and we saw that in fractal view, right? In other words, like lower time frames. And when reviewing that, I also saw another potential diamond pattern setting up right next to it, which was to the downside. So think about it this way: we were aiming lower, then we see a diamond pattern, we change directions, which we all saw was the buy the dip opportunity, and then we saw another diamond pattern, which is to change direction again. So I don't know, pretty wild. Tesla now completely selling off. I mean, what are $220 put options? I don't even want to go that far out. They're $1.80. No way. The bounce before that. 113 print on NVIDIA. Okay. Target was 112 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, S is just not breaking here. It's too bad. Actually has a bull flag forming right now on S.
If we break the new session lows on SPY, I'll add even more in the put options. If not, I'll be looking to take partials down here. I don't want to see a bounce. I want to see a breakthrough. What's that noise? Okay, here comes the additional breakdown now in the SPY. The retest of the low. There it is. You know what, guys? I'm thinking TSM might be kind of an interesting play off the bottom here. And the big reason is if there's this big invest in the US push, TSM is the big facility they're building in Arizona. So I'm going to watch this over the next couple of days, see which levels I might be interested in buying or swing trading. And LMT is on its way, meaning, do we have a war on our hands? Question mark. When you see everything moving down and you're seeing money shift into names like LMT, that means that we're getting defensive figuratively and literally. Okay, if we don't break the session low on the SPY, I will trim up. Same for NVIDIA. Yeah, Adobe at this point for me, I'm just, whatever. I move my stop loss in so it can bounce a little bit and play around. But I'm watching TSM here at this 172 level. Let's see what it does here. Okay, dumping my short positions here. The question is like, oh, it could bounce and move lower. Like, yeah, sure, but I'm banking my money. Why not?
Yeah, no doubt. Do it while you can, right?
Yeah. You can always get more or get into the trade, whatever, later on. Guys, 172 TSM. Let's go for it. TSM over 172. It's buying the dip, kind of a hero trade a little bit, but we're going to nibble. If we move higher and get above the 200, which is 173, then we'll nail it. Man, Tesla's been so volatile in the last several days. I mean, it's normally volatile, right? But 237 Tesla. What do you think, Scott? For
Yeah,
a
I mean,
little scalp?
either that or 238 right here as we start to move higher. And we're going to get this 80 on DG. That's where I'm going to come out of the trade on DG. Just need S to roll over to make my day.
Okay, we're going to add the TSM here in a moment, guys. I don't know. Tesla 237 looks kind of tempting for a couple points. Maybe a push to like 240 maybe? I don't know. Very tempting. Watch the cues here, guys. That's a pretty sharp bounce. I don't know if that's just a dead cat or a legitimate push here where bulls are going, thanks for the extra volume. We want to buy up everything now and squeeze people. I don't know, guys. 237 Tesla looks really, really tempting. Small size 237. Let's do it. Nibble Tesla over 237. Hero trade a little bit. It'll be a nibble trade. And then for TSM, again, I'm looking for a push over 173. If we get 173, then I'll add.
Come on, S. Flush, baby. Flush. Let's go.
Here comes Tesla. Come on, come on, come on. Here we go. Are we going to get the push? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Womp womp. Tesla just in the toilet, man.
Yep.
Wow.
No recovery.
They still have it out there at 237. So if it shows up, we'll get it. But here we go. Now or never. If this pops to like 240, make a quick 3 points, guys, I have no problem scalping that all day long. We're in the battle of points in these markets. Like everybody's looking for like the big massive move, and I would love to have a big massive move in Tesla, back to 250 or something like that. But I'm not going to risk a full share size to do that. You know what I mean?
Just can't get this S to turn over. And obviously, because of the volume right now, it's going to be a little bit tougher. There goes our DG trade. Those of you that were in the DG trade with me, this is my trade of the day, obviously here, entry 78. I'm going to come out of the last several hundred shares right here at the 81 area, maybe 80, 70. I'm going to watch it here as it continues to climb.
Risky business here on Tesla. It grabbed my baby shares at 237. Target are going to be 240. Watching Microsoft, a lot stronger compared to Tesla that's just getting smacked. Come on, TSM. What are you doing? Let's see a pop. We saw a big sell-off last night for who knows. Who knows why. But from 177, 178 down to 172, I mean, I'll take 2-3 points on that. Why not? If we get a bounce. If we don't, that's cool too. I'll just dump it. Ooh, let's see. We've got some real sellers in the building, man. I am not messing with Tesla much longer, guys. I think we're trying to put in a consolidation here. The trouble is we could easily just take another huge leg lower. So on the one hand, I wanted to short this because it's ugly. It's just tanking, right? Was seeing if we could scalp it for a couple points here off the bottom. Trouble is maybe we put in a 238, 239 and then just dump, or we could just dump right here. So I'm not going to hold this too much longer. LMT, look at it go. Okay. Anything under 235 Tesla, it's coming up. I have to dump it. Okay. Bye, Tesla. Bye, Tesla. Well, maybe not. Not yet. Not yet. Come on.
Yeah, every time
Barely
S
hanging on
starts
to
to
Tesla.
roll,
Barely.
we just we don't follow through. So
Barely hanging on to Tesla. If I see anything under 235 again, I'm dumping this thing. There goes Tesla finally, but it's not. I mean, I'm not gonna get excited over 10 cents. You know what I mean? Like I need some serious move here. Again, target's gonna be around 240, but if I get anywhere 239, that would be perfect. 2 points. I just don't know how big of a bounce we're gonna get. Watch the cues here, guys. Right, the VWAP. SPY actually getting stronger now. We're running right into the 200 EMA on the SPY. So keep a close eye on that. If we get above that, target's going to be around 561.20. That needs to be the footing for bulls to stay somewhat in control on this downward move. And then the Qs need to be around 477, 478 for it to be a 50-50 war, or battle. But right now, it's definitely in favor of the bears. Come on, Tesla. Let's see a big spike right now. NVIDIA turning around as well. TSM maybe gets up there. And not too worried because we're down, 20 cents on the trade on TSM, which is fine. But looking to see if we can get over 173 to get a big add on TSM. Guys, look at, here comes Tesla. Do we add over 238? In fact, I'm going to add a little bit right here. 237, whatever I get. Risky business a little bit. Okay, let's see if we get a push now. I'm looking for 239 before I take a partial. Come on, baby. There we go. A little more. Come on, Tesla. Come on, TSM. I can't get excited over 30 cents, but I want to get over this 17. You know, I might add here in a moment. 172.50 looks okay to add, maybe. I mean, we literally ran into that before. So maybe just above it, 172.52. So if we actually get a push above it, we'll get an add, and then maybe even more over 173. But I just don't know if we're going to actually get a proper push. I mean, I'm looking at NVIDIA right now, and we literally have completely bought up the downside move today. So let's see if we get TSM to kind of cooperate.
Okay, traders, I'm going to take off all shares now on DG. I'm going to be done with the trade for Dollar General. And the only thing I have right now is the S trade, S short. So I'm finished with that trade.
TSM. Come on, baby. Just push a little bit. 173. Watch NVIDIA. Getting ready to take a partial off of Tesla. I mean, it's not much, $1.50, but you know what? I don't want to get caught. Come on, TSM. A little more, please. A little more. Can't believe I'm getting excited over like 80 cents right now on TSM, but come on, TSM. There's a buyer in there somewhere. Man, I'd hate to get out right now because it's right at this 200. If it rejects here, then I'll be forced to like trim up. But if we push right now, I want to see a big spike and frankly just get over high of session. 173.89 is kind of the target to get above that. And then if so, we might actually close the gap on this move to the upside. So it's got to be a spring type move where it literally jolts to the upside. So we're there now. There's the push. 172, 173. Come on, baby. Come on. There's 173. I'm going to take a little bit more off of our Tesla trade here. Again, not afraid to pay myself, y'all. Come on. Let's go. Anybody with me on the TSM? Anybody? Because if you are, let's crush this. I'm going to get ready to take a partial any moment as we approach the high of session. There's that 240 print on Tesla. Okay, taking a little more off of Tesla here. And TSM, let's take a tiny bit. We'll leave some to run.
There we go.
Boom!
Nice.
After a couple of red days, it feels good to print a big, nice, chunky Green Day. Yeah, I like the sound effects. Let's go. Anybody take TSM with me, by the way? I don't know for sure, but guys, worked out really well. Now I'm willing to let the rest run. I want to see a push over the high of session. So 173.89, then we should 175-ish. And if we do that, then I'm gonna probably trim up somewhere up in that area and then wait for the close, which is around 177. And who knows, it could continue to push. Guys, what a beautiful trade off the lows on TSM. Bingo. Bingo. Here comes the push on Tesla now. Come on. Three points on Tesla while it was falling completely off a cliff. What a great trade that was. We all love Teslas.
Yeah, he's
Model
got
S
one now.
Plaid, actually. We're going to buy a Model S Plaid. What a piece of junk that car, actually.
Yeah. Nice move off the bottom. V-bottom recovery on Tesla. I'm short at 1850 and I'm short at 19. I'm about 1874 or so. $18.24, somewhere around in there. I'm averaged. The only problem, Jeff, is it looks like it's got a bull flag here, but we'll see. Doesn't deserve to be up there, but again, I'm not the one making the decisions on the stock, right?
I mean, I'm still like in my heart bearish, but in my mind, what this is telling me right now, if the Qs could continue to stay above the 200, the SPY is literally hanging on above the 200s. If that is the case, like look at NVIDIA right up at the high of session, right? This could be a chance for bulls to take a stand. So as you guys know, I mean, we took a little bit off the bottom on Tesla, a little bit of a risk. Did the same on TSM, a little bit of a risk. But for me, it was okay. We get in, maybe we lose a point and a half. But if on the upside we could get 3 to 4, 5, 6, 7 points, I mean, why not, right? Tesla, kind of the same thing. We knew the bottom was kind of in. So I was doing basically a 1-to-1, 3 to 3. It's getting 237, drop out 234. Target would be 240. So we got there, which is great. But if we don't see a push right now in the next 7 minutes, then this move was just a failed attempt to move higher and we get bearish. So for those of you guys that didn't trade yet today or contemplating what to do, what to trade, whatever happens on this next candle or the next, call it 5 to 10 minutes, cue the disclaimer, right? It's not financial advice. But we are literally at another critical level where if we push higher, keep an eye on the Qs at 477. It's a big, big, big area of importance for bulls and bears to battle over. And then SPY over 561.20, which if you notice, we're still at 557. So there's a ways to go for the SPY to kind of help show that there's at least a pretty moderate battle between bulls and bears. So the question is, do you think we're going to move up 4 points on the SPY? Question mark. Do you think we'll move up 3 points on the Qs? Question mark. Look at NVIDIA. That might tell you something. We were short NVIDIA. We got out of the way. Look at it go. Could have been a great opportunity to get long in that stock. Well, I'm starting to get bullish right now. See if we can find some trades right now. CEG looks great though. I really like CEG, guys. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Here comes my Tesla trade. Here comes my TSM trade. Let's go. Days like today, this is why you take your partials while you can and let the rest run, because now coulda, shoulda, woulda held on to the full position on Tesla, but I don't want that risk. Not in this crazy market right now. But guys, it looks like the bulls are stepping up. So NVIDIA breaking out now over 117.50. It's out of here. TSM, we should get that pop. Let's go. 174 is going to be my next partial. Like anywhere, like somewhere in the 174. So like 174.20 or whatever. Like somewhere in that area is kind of ideal target. Big move down on video, guys. Scott, I got to step away in a few. I'll probably come back a little bit later. Are you planning on being back or no?
Yeah, I will be. I'll be here.
I'm going to take a little bit more off of Tesla. We'll let the rest kind of dance and do its thing, but zero risk now. I'll do the same with TSM just because I got to jump to this call, guys. So I'm taking a partial a little bit early on TSM. Really wanted to see a 174 print. So I'm going to take some off here in just a moment. We'll let this candle complete here, so 20 seconds or so. You know, if you got an NVIDIA around the same time I got in TSM, probably would have paid way better. But definitely would have paid way better. When I got out of my short position in NVIDIA, I should have been buying them.
NASDAQ's only down 85 points. Dow's down 51. Keeping an eye on S as well. Getting a little boring here. Just two trades, the DG trade and the S trade. S trade short, DG long.
Darren took Tesla all the way down and then took it long, 236, 240. Very nice. Very cool. Jeff B, it's going to drop. If I gotten anything besides Intel, it would have paid better. This thing is slower than a snail in molasses. Seth, yeah, man, sorry. The only short position I still have on is Adobe. And we took partials all the way down. So if it continues to break down, amazing. We'll just keep taking advantage of that downside move. But all right, looks like TSM is not going to give me my 174 print for the time being because I gotta get out of here in a couple minutes. So I'm going to take some off here. I'll let the rest kind of do its thing. I'm not going to be too angry about making money today. But listen, for those of you guys out there, Darren, I believe, new to the community, welcome. Beautiful thing here is we're open to feedback. We want to make sure that we're close with our community. I think it's what makes us very unique. We've got a great group, room of traders, varying experiences. We have some expert, intermediate, and new traders in the community. And the great news is once you find and make some friends here within the community, it's always great to share knowledge, share trades, and always work towards getting better in this business. Well, Scott, I'm going to step away. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it back later on. My plan is to come back. It just might be, I don't know, maybe around lunch, if I'm able to jump on for like 20, 30 minutes. But if I don't see you guys later on, we'll definitely see you tomorrow at the Open. And Scott, are you, what time are you planning on being back or hanging out till?
I'll probably be here till about 11:15 today. And then we'll see if what the market does this afternoon. If I can come back, I will.
Sounds good. Right on, y'all. Well, hopefully we'll see you later this afternoon. If not, definitely we'll see you at the Open tomorrow. Cheers. God bless.
All right. Take care, DVG. All right, traders, you've got me now. And fortunately, we see a little red candle in S right now. That's been about it. The only other trade that I would be thinking of would be the Intel trade. If it gets below 24, taking it back over 24, but that's really about it right now. Just continuing to watch, and I think S will perform for us. It's but we'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, if it gets below 1850 again on S, I mean, you could absolutely add to it. I'm just being patient with the trade, and again, oh, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Oh shoot, wrong. And then once we get past that 1850, we should see 18 on MSTR. You know, I had MSTR up this morning in the pre-market, and I switched it out. Let me see what happened to it. Probably going higher. Yep. Yeah, very, very supported on that VWAP line. 1850 is the key break here. We shall see. It's called being very, very patient while not being tempted to take other trades, that's for sure. Yeah, now that the volume's out of it. Yeah, exactly. I'll check back on it today. I'm not going to be too far from the computer this afternoon. So I don't see anything else right now that I really want to get into. The Tesla is short, maybe, but still like to play that long. The market's still coming down now. Nasdaq's down 180, right? Maybe this time we'll get the S to roll over here. Maybe Tesla 238, maybe. Kind of a lull in the action right now. Intel starting to come down to the downside now. Dow's picking up speed to the downside now, down 177. Nasdaq down 183. S will just not break here. I'm going to be patient with the trade. I'll wait for it for a while. I mean, certainly don't want it to run over 19 again on S. Again, only an hour, 20 minutes into the day, we've kind of moved up, moved back. I'm going to post a trade here on the Tesla move, and I'm going to take it long over 238. Tesla long 238. Stop loss will be 236, target 240. And there we go, over 19 again. That's not good news for us with the stock. Still going to remain short. In fact, when you look at this stock here, um, we should be making up for it on the Tesla trade. Tesla's approaching that 240. Works out really, really nice here now on the Tesla trade. This will be my third trade of the day, actually. Third trade of the day. Probably high day, high of yesterday, like 1960 will be my stop, somewhere in there. Come on, Tesla, don't disappoint us here. I mean, it can turn in a minute, sure, but who knows? DG again, probably at 79, unless it comes back down to 77, Rick. I mean, or below 78, I'd go 78. But right now, 79 or above that VWAP line. Yeah, 79. Yeah, Intel would be right here at 24. It's not a big mover, not big enough mover for myself. Put it that way. Now we'll just have to see. We'll have to see if we roll over or not. Don't know what to say right now. Tesla just floundering around, really. Yeah, that leg up on S is a problem here. Just got to get Tesla to wrap its head around that 238, and we should be good. Start to move, hopefully higher. Yep. JNUG. Are they up today? Let's take a look. Yeah, they should continue to do well. I mean, I think it goes to, Mark, I think it goes to 3,000, like I've been saying for the last month. Yeah, it's awesome. Awesome move. $236 will be my stop loss on Tesla. 236. Dow down 246, Nasdaq down 200 now. Yeah, still balancing here on the Tesla trade. Yeah, if we drop 19, we got a good chance to make it happen here. We'll see. Darn Tesla cannot wake up here. Yeah, I got to get Tesla up and running here. Again, market's still getting clobbered today, very much so. Let's see what happens. Okay, traders, I'm going to take a break here. Probably come back this afternoon, check in, and see where we're at with this S trade and the Tesla trade. So I'm leaving you here. Dow's down 280, Nasdaq down 205, 204, 205, now 207, and that'll do it for me. A good winning day. S could make it a great winning day. Two winning trades, and then there's S. We'll see what happens here as we get in later on into the day. So I'll talk to you all later. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Godspeed, and we'll talk later on. Take care. Bye-bye.
How we doing, guys? We out there? Hanging out, right on. Yeah, keep an eye on TLT right now. We're gonna see what rates are doing. We just had a bond auction at 11:30. So obviously we're seeing markets near the bottom, at the bottom, and then spiking suddenly. I think this could be some short covering, but maybe again, buying the dip right now, very, very dangerous. We mentioned this morning, buying the dip is okay if you're willing to take a little bit of risk here, but definitely bearish behavior this morning. So, if you're willing to buy stuff, you might have to wait a little longer to get your payday. Looking right now at names like Nvidia, who've been holding up most of the day. Meta getting absolutely thrashed. I'm also keeping an eye on the Qs. Some of you guys have been asking me, hey, why are you trading the Qs and the SPY more often? Frankly, while yes, there's plenty of volatility in those names, they kind of soften the edges a little bit around, like instead of having a big move, say for example, like a Meta or a Tesla, you might see a less problematic move, for example, in like the Qs or the SPY, but you'll still get paid off of it, So, and if I'm using options, it makes it a little bit easier as well. So I am watching, again, Microsoft as well because of how beat up it was. And it was showing some strength for the last couple of days. And now it's just really kind of trading in a range. So from that 379 to 385, excuse me, area. So if it starts breaking to the downside, it definitely can really start to plummet. And if it does, it'll likely take the Qs with it and a bunch of other names. So looking for that is kind of a canary because it's been holding up pretty well the last couple of days. Nvidia, I don't think we're going to see a bunch of selling happening in there. If it does, obviously the Qs will for sure begin to collapse. TSM trade, if you guys remember, we were in and then we got out and we got stopped out. So I'm going to keep an eye on TSM. Obviously, glad we kind of got out of the way or stopped out on our runners. Stepped away there for a bit, but we did get paid on it, which is great. But I am watching again some of these names. If you're looking to bottom feed, maybe take a little bit of a hero trade. There could be some opportunity here. The trouble is if you look at the Qs and you look left, notice the levels that we're at now, and we haven't exactly double retested the lows of the session down at 467.80 and 467.01. So there's definitely that room to the downside potentially. So if you are willing to get in, let's just say on the Qs here at 470, just give yourself some of that, wiggle room to at least tag those areas if you're not willing to take that level of risk for a 5 to 6 point move to the upside. The only concern I have right now really is watching the TLT really, break out now finally and seeing it push aggressively to the upside. So we're going to see probably some more selling if the bonds continue to move higher. And kind of curious to see, it seems like a lot of these big hedge funds, et cetera, are like, look, we want lower rates. So what do we do to lower rates? Sell stocks. Big thing, again, we talked about, if you guys remember a few weeks ago, about kind of how those relationships might work between bonds, rates, stocks, and some of those inverse relationships, right? I don't remember what day it was, but if you missed that, it might be worth researching and just doing some homework as we enter these kind of trivial times. But fundamentally, we talked about there's got to be one winner and potentially multiple losers. Is it bonds that move higher and improve? Is it stocks? Is it rates? Is it the dollar? And there's inverse relationships there. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, there's been a whole lot of talk now recently about the US dollar and its strength or lack thereof against other currencies. Isn't that funny how it works? I'm just kind of realizing, a speedboat can turn quickly, an aircraft carrier, not so much. And so the good news is I'm trying to get better at predicting some of the aircraft moves, and then more importantly, trading in front of that and holding it. Because a lot of times I'll be like a day early, say for example, and was that I think Monday or Tuesday this week, I was trying to buy the dip and thinking that we would have a reversal, seeing it, behaviorally, like where we're seeing some of that strength. And then literally the next day, we finally started moving off the bottom. So just trying to get better. Sure, like the rest of you, right? Just trying to improve always, constantly. Hot extract, yeah, bingo. Christian, are you new here? I see FR Texas. It must be from Texas. Represent. Yeah, Rick, I'm thinking it's got that could be a good nibble area. I mean, everything right now is hanging on by a thread down on the downside. So like there's probably a higher probability of things to go down than to continue to move up. That said, I mean, we are stocks are getting thrashed, there's no two ways about it. So this is kind of going to be your high volatility zone where until the decision's made, like, hey, are we going to give up this 379 area, Microsoft shareholders? Yes, no, maybe so. Like, did we lose enough yet on our stock? Because maybe we bought it at 379 and bought and add all the way up 400, 420, 410, whatever, to move the dollar cost up. And like maybe the dollar cost is in this area. So how much money really sits here versus were they able to get out of the way? And so this is kind of it's a big money problem, which is, they're in the business of owning millions and millions of shares, billions and billions of dollars, right? So they're in the business of doing that. And so as a result, like you and I might worry about a dollar cost average of like, 100 shares, 200 shares if you're holding it long term or something, right? Maybe 500 shares, whatever it is, whatever the number is. But when you look at these big institutional traders or hedge funds, they've got massive amounts of shares. And so their dollar cost average is more important than ours. And we could easily bounce off these levels. But if we sell through these levels, guys, it's game over. Like we talked about a Wyckoff distribution. If you guys don't remember that, please take a look at it. It was 2 Fridays ago, I think. Maybe it's 2 Thursdays ago. But anyways, the trouble with it, Wyckoff distribution, is you get a bounce and then you get a legitimate markdown. Now, the question is, was yesterday considered that bounce? I mean, it still kind of looks like a dead cat bounce if you look at it on a daily basis. But that might have been considered the last leg before markdown, which is what I'm worried about, because that means we've got a whole lot more to go to the downside. And if you look at the SPY or even the Qs, there's plenty of room to move lower. And if we do, then we're in an official bear market. Then you've got all the other fun stuff that goes with that. Talks of recession, talks of stagflation, talk of depression, right? Like it's just all kinds of bad stuff, which just piles on to the negative effect. So, if you are going long on some of these positions, I'd highly recommend cue the disclaimer, right? Do what you want, it's your money. But definitely trade cautiously because there's no guarantee that we get a bounce. When there's only one room in a build or one door in a building and someone yells fire, you'd be surprised how hard it is to get out that door, right? So. And what's worrying me right now too is we're looking at the Qs, looking at the SPY. They're just very, very complacent here at the lows. Like there's no, like some of this little spike that we saw that was green. That to me feels like maybe people that were shorting and they're just covering. It doesn't feel like legitimate buyers there. Like yeah, there's a level down there, but I think the selling can easily continue on a lot of these names. I mean, look at Tesla, for example. Like it's just it bounced to 241. We were able to take advantage of that move, but like it just gave up. And now, like once that give up happens, like then people really start to get like, oh, you know what? Maybe this isn't working. Let me just dump it. And that's when you get your capitulatory downside move. So I'm looking for where that break might happen. you know, SPY Qs, IWM, Meta even, looking at Meta, it's 595 area. Like a lot of buyers at 595 and 600. But we start losing those. I mean, my real target for Meta a couple days ago was 577. I know that's a really big level for Meta. Like there's a ton of money sitting at that level. And it's just amazing, like see it move down the way it does. What else? What are you guys watching? Just got back from break. Season training. Rick. Yeah, the big thing for me right now, Rick, is I'm watching the Qs and the SPY, and they're just getting weaker. So like I'm more prone to want to short this unless we retest the low or put in a higher low right now and we move higher, like all the way to like VWAP almost on the Qs, for example, or at least to like 472. Then I might get a little more confident of like, okay, cool, there's some buyers showing up. But right now, this is really, really ugly. It's possible, additional move to the downside. But I'm going to be patient here because, again, would you want to own Microsoft at 379? Question mark. Like, and for how long? You know what I mean? Like, if it gets to 375, then do you sell it? If it gets to 370, do you sell it? If it gets to 350, do you sell it? And this is the trouble. Like, there's, I'm sure there's plenty of buyers and sellers in that name along the way. And everything just seems to be aiming lower. So if we hold this 469 level, I might get, try to buy the dip here, a little hero trade. But if we don't, then I'm going to short everything. Look at the SPY just put a new session low. Coin is at 181 right now. I mean, if that thing breaks 178, the thing is gone. Yeah, Nvidia though, standing the test of time. We shorted it this morning and got out, and luckily, it didn't hang in there. But man, what a big rally it had! Beautiful rally actually, and now it's just holding above that one again. Big level, 115.15. Needs to hold that. Like, look at the Qs just falling off a cliff, and somehow Nvidia is still managing to hold its gains for the time being. So if you do want to get bullish, we see a turnaround in the SPY and the Qs, look at Nvidia is probably the first place to start because it's pretty strong for the day. That said, if we see a break on the Qs and the SPY and Nvidia has been holding up all day, we likely will see some additional selling. So what else are we watching? May turn after lunch, probably. I mean, it could. That's why, like, even now, if you were thinking about, doing hero trades here off the bottom, it'd be a nibble, if that, and then like keep your stops pretty tight. Cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Do what you want. But I wouldn't be going like, massive heavy action right now because, I mean, obviously we're favoring the downside, but we could easily see buyers come in and try to, pump fake any bears that are just getting in, right? And then conversely, we can see it spike lower and get you out of a potential long position. So I am watching LMT though. I think I'm gonna do a like a bull call spread on this thing for probably the next month or so. Target will be like around 480 plus. I'll collect a little premium on it and then just leave it alone. But it won't be a big position. Just gonna see how that works out. Man, look at this SPY. The Q is just all selling. Everyone is selling. No more rallies. The other thing too is we've been talking about it for a while. I feel like some of these news headlines and all this other stuff is so convenient from a timing perspective that, hey, we're putting together a Wyckoff distribution. Technically, everything's setting up perfectly. And then magically you hear all this news. And I was like, yeah, watch. They're going to lean on stuff like tariffs. They're going to lean on stuff like whatever. The reality is they're just trying to bank their money so they can buy in cheaper. And I say that's, the smart money institutional traders, where you get to a certain level where you're overinflated and you get to dump on retail traders getting excited. Telling you which stocks you should buy. So, you know what I mean? So that's kind of where I think it's awful convenient. And now it just becomes a question of where do you think buyers are going to step in if you want to be long, and if you're going to be long, you got to be willing to stick it out for a while. So that's kind of what I'm doing, looking for like a shopping list. Is it Nvidia? Is it Coin? Is it AVGO? Amazon? These are companies that I just like LMT. I love that company. I think it's great. As far as like what they're doing, you could argue, it's not always great to talk about military defense stuff, but I mean, very well run company. So question is like, I know 460 is a big level for it, but coulda, shoulda, woulda bought it at 420, 430. But like Microsoft, I mean, I don't know, could be easily down to like $320 before you know it. The issue is, when I'm looking around at some of these companies, like, so anything in the manufacturing space, so keeping an eye on XLI, on the industrials as well, is likely going to be impacted by all these tariffs, steel, aluminum, cross-border issues, whatever, right? So if there is that kind of issue, they're likely going to tank. NVIDIA now 116. Is NVIDIA going to lead the charge, guys? Like the spark in the flame. Let's see. What else? Guys, look at the heat map. Just like 4 names that are green. I mean, that's brutal. Lilly down 3%, Amazon down 2.3%, Home Depot down 4.5%. Everything is just getting smacked again today. Again. I'm almost tempted. I won't do it. I've got some asks that, hey, don't explain your trades as much, DVG. Don't do it. So I won't do it. I suppose the reason is when you have an opinion, sometimes you can be wrong. Most of the time I am wrong. So share screen. Oh. As popular as talking day trading at a neighborhood barbecue. Is that the new thing, Christian? Is that the let me see. I know Scott has his screen up. Was he around or no? I don't mind. Just give it a minute. No. Okay. Yeah, Seth, to be fair, I'm going to probably take off here in a bit as well. Like I'm watching this, like, do I buy a little bit of this dip or do I just leave it alone? Or short it, right? So like I just put on a bull call spread for LMT and we'll see how that works out. About a month out. So if it gets in my level, cool, you know, bank some money there. But for today, you know, we just collect some premium and hopefully it doesn't plummet on LMT. I'll tell you what, it's looking really bad though to be bullish, truly. So if bulls are walking away from the table, bears will have their way. And we will probably see some more selling. It's just the way it is. $100% tariffs on wine and champagne, y'all. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but looks like my wine collection just appreciated. Woohoo! Trump was out in Ireland. Hopefully doesn't do that to Scotch. I like my Scotch. $475, no way. $472 maybe. Here comes LMT. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, guys, look, I'm gonna probably just keep an eye on things. I'm watching certain levels. You know, Microsoft really 381. What does it do there? I don't mind waiting. Apple, guys, talk about the missed short opportunity of a lifetime. I was shorting this thing how long ago? Oh well, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? But man, this thing's down at 211. That's right. I think 190 is really where it kind of belongs personally. But yeah, it took 6 months for it to finally do it, I guess, right? I know Seth, you've been watching that one for a while. Coin 182, maybe. I don't know. Again, everything I would want to go long is a scalp. What I'm looking really for is like, can we get a bounce, see more rejection, and then short the heck out of it, right? So like it'd be like you got to be willing to take trades in both directions here. Where like if you're going to buy the dip, then okay, let's see if it moves higher. Great, take your partials along the way. But then as soon as you see rejection, switch gears. Like look at our trade in Nvidia this morning, right? We shorted it, got paid on it really nicely. And then as soon as we got out of the trade, realistically, we could have easily just round tripped it and just went long and made those 4 points back, you know? So, yeah, no guarantees on the 1-for-1 like that. But, you know, if it, like CEG, I'm actually thinking about just adding that to my portfolio and leaving it alone. LNG, we have a swing trade on that for you guys. You remember that's Cheniere Energy. And then also in that space, I'm starting to look for a few other names in the liquid natural gas space that I'm kind of interested in seeing. Like, I think we have an opportunity, you know, in the U.S. to help Europe on the LNG side of the house. We've got massive reserves, so it could be an opportunity there as well. Rick, I think you were watching Microsoft, weren't you? So your money, eat a steak instead. I love me a good ribeye. Filet is okay, but I like if you're gonna have a filet, you definitely need like good sides. Cherry mushrooms or something. Well, here's a. You know what? No, I'll just keep my ideas to myself. Never mind. Oh man. Some of the trouble right now is if you look at what these tariffs imply, right? And I wouldn't say it's just the tariffs. It's a lot of what this is helping is like really wealthy people. I don't mean just the tariffs. There's been a lot of like what we're seeing right now. Like markets are pulling back because frankly, like, you know, these big institutions want their way, which is they want lower rates. So how do you help the Fed make that decision? Sell everything. I think some of these tariffs, though, it's going to help things like, short term, it's going to probably hurt real estate because of rates. But long term, I think real assets are going to go up. We're already seeing it now with this tariff increase now in wine. You know how many wine collectors are there in the world? Like I was kind of joking around. We do have some great bottles of wine. My wife likes to drink, good French Bordeaux and stuff like that. So literally, like when I say, "Ooh, it doubled in price," like that's cool. I've got a couple bottles that are worth a couple $100, but like, I'm not going to get rich off of that. And realistically, like, am I going to sell it? No. I'll drink it. But there's a lot of people that do collect wine, and more importantly, even trade wine futures, which that's a whole nother thing. So seeing that kind of stuff, it's for a privileged few to have that type of opportunity to have collected those things, and now they're doubling in value. Well, real estate might be next. I think some of the trouble with the tariffs is going to impact these big companies that employ a lot of people, which then will, if they want to keep their shareholders happy, what do they have to do? Well, they have to improve their margins. Well, if their costs are going up, the only way to get rid or improve your margins is by getting rid of people or costs, we'll say, to improve your margins. Well, that's going to impact the day-to-day person, middle-class person here in the States that might have a job. Yeah, you might be making 70, 80, 100,000, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Like, you're working. But if these companies have to trim in certain areas, they're going to trim in many cases a lot of their staff. You hear about layoffs and such. So there's just kind of like, if you start thinking of the levers that can start to click, right? Like, okay, tariffs do that. Then we see more unemployment. Then we see, if we have 2 consecutive quarters of 0.5% increase in unemployment, the SOM rule, that is technically dubbed a recession. We had it last year, and for whatever reason, they just were like, no, just kidding. It didn't apply this time. But that happened last year. We do that again this year. Some of the price, like all of the prices that we've seen, in many cases, were priced to perfection for a lot of these stocks, whether it was Tesla, looking at forward guidance and deliveries, and you start looking at the PEG ratio and PE ratios, you start doing the math on stuff. It's like, whoa, this is literally at $500 or whatever it was just at the highest. It's pricing all of that is in now. Well, they haven't done it yet, right? It's like a 2 to 3 year cycle before all that takes place. So technically, we've got a long way to go on some of these things. The trouble is, where does it really have the material impact? And what I'm really worried about is the day-to-day person that, might have a job somewhere and now all of a sudden they have to cut headcount. And that's kind of the trouble with these tariffs that I don't think anybody's really talking about. Everyone's like worried about, the price of eggs are going up, right? Like, yeah, I've been talking about eggs going up for a while, guys, but that's like hits your wallet book. But if you're worried about your wallet book and not worried about how you make money, well, then you're worried about the wrong thing, right? So that's kind of the troubling thing. I'm a little more concerned about. I almost feel like, I don't know if you guys have seen that movie Big Short. You guys, have any of you guys seen that? If you haven't seen that movie, it's a great movie. But I kind of feel like Brad Pitt at the end of that movie, or I should say during that movie, where he's like, don't be excited. You just ruined. You're betting on millions of people's lives, like, to be terrible, And I think that's the trouble. That's why a lot of people have trouble with short traders. Like, I like short markets, but frankly, it's to make money. It's not to hurt people. But like anything, you need a buyer and a seller. That's just how it works in anything. I don't care if it's a car, a house, a fill in the blank, product, service, right? So it is a little bit troubling. And again, I've been talking about this for a couple months now, so I don't want to beat it up too much. But what I'm really genuinely starting to get concerned about is, like, this impacts the middle class more than anything. I think I'd say mid to long term. And unless that drastically changes, like, which I don't know if the system right now is designing itself that way to benefit that. But when I say that, it's like, how do we reduce credit card rates or cap them? Right? Like, hey, instead of it going from 20% one month and then magically it's 29% the next month, like having dynamic interest rates, like, that doesn't exist really anywhere unless you're doing really sophisticated financial tools that are like prime plus X or whatever. Like, there's definitely use of that to have dynamic interest rates, but that shouldn't be allowed on consumer credit card debts, in my opinion, because, like, if consumers are being forced or incented to spend money, we're a consumer-based economy here in the U.S. predominantly, but if you're being penalized monthly at a variable rate that's dynamic in nature based on market conditions, how is that fair? So you're getting screwed in the price of things, and you're going to get screwed in interest rates. Like, that's a double whammy. Oh, by the way, your job is now in jeopardy. So there are some things right now that you start adding all those things up, it's pretty terrifying, right? But it's not to be doom and gloom. It's just like, hey, what do you do to trade around it? What do you do to either prepare yourself, or more importantly, like, how do you just make sure you protect yourself from some of this stuff? And that's the beauty of, for me anyway, what's helped change my life in this business is understanding some of those relationships, and frankly being like almost like woken up. You know what I mean? I don't mean woke. I mean, like, actually you wake up to certain things and go, whoa, hey, wait a minute, that has an impact, or that has a relationship to this, and I had no idea that those two things were even related. And when you start connecting all the dots, you start to realize, like, hey, when one piece moves on the chessboard, you know where the other piece is going to go. You know what I mean? And I don't know. A lot of people try to simplify trading, and sometimes that is the way to do it if you've got infinite depth and infinite time, which I have neither. But that's kind of where my head's at. So anyway. Guys, I'm going to be on the lookout for coin to break under 178. We do that and it breaks 176. Well, hello 170s, and then 162, big level of support for coin. So again, no guarantees that we go that low, but we also we never thought that in 3 weeks Tesla would go from $400 and some odd dollars stock to 235. So, nothing's impossible, I suppose. How we doing out there? Come on, talk to me. What stocks are we looking at before I bounce for the day? Christian, it sounds like you like some cigars too. But I do as well. I actually have a humidor sitting right next to me. I got a desktop one, and then I actually have, like, it's almost like a refrigerator, but it's like a humidor, so it keeps them cool. And you just throw like a humidifier in there, takes care of the cigars. I think it holds like a few hundred cigars. I used to smoke a cigar or two a day, actually, which I don't promote that, guys. I don't promote smoking. But I got into that, we'll say, early in life. I don't really smoke them as much, though. So let's see who we have here. Jennifer, how you doing? If you're out there, what's up? Sanal, if you're out there, what's up? Seth, what are you thinking, man? Buy the dip? Are you sitting on your hands today? What did you take on today? As much as I want to buy the dip on Microsoft, it definitely looks like it wants to put in a new low. So yeah, I guess Seth, to your point earlier, next time I will share my screen right when I show up. I'm planning on heading out here in a bit, and I know Scott had his screens up, but I'm like shutting it down. I'm gonna go grab like a nice lunch, kind of hang out for a little bit, review markets, maybe even take a trade while I'm having a snack. But it just depends. Like right now, I'm kind of sitting on my hands. I don't know if anybody took the Adobe short with me this morning. I put out at 381.55. I put a buy to cover and kind of just set it and forget it, and we filled. So I don't know. It was kind of crazy. Let's see. You're looking at Tesla. Yes, you did. Cool. Look, man, Tesla's a tricky one today. Like I'm looking at it from a level perspective. I'll pull it up. In fact, SMCI looks interesting for a move one way or the other. Right at this $40. Either we bounce here or we dump it. You guys, know how I feel about SMCI, but it is part of the overall SOX, SOXL, NVIDIA, right? All part of that sector. So let me pull up Tesla real quick here. So the trouble is, like, reference point wise, if you look the last the last three little pops to the upside, you've got 233.50, 236.29, and 237.06. Right? So can it bounce here? Sure. But the lows right now would have to be your stop loss if you're trying to buy the dip. If you're looking for it to to short it, then you're going to have to look for areas of resistance that we've seen previously, which is kind of throughout the day. So I'd say anywhere up around 240 or less. You start getting above 242, you're probably going to turn and move to the upside. And the trouble, like, let's say, for example, if you got in at 242, you're basically waiting for the breakout, but you might find sellers there that are buying here now at 235. So again, this is why, it becomes a trick. Like, how big of a stop loss do you want to take? And directionally, how long are you willing to hold it? So anyway, speaking of Microsoft, there it goes to the downside. And someone just announced they were buying it. Who the heck was that? Someone just announced, Kevin Simpson just announced that they bought more Microsoft. It's tanking. What's interesting is, this AI trade. So think of all the big chip names. It is holding. However, they are subject to a lot of this manufacturing tariff issue. So I'm going to be very, very curious to watch how that performs in the coming weeks here, because right now they're not, excluding them per se, but think about how much like copper goes into electronics in general, all electronics. And we're tariffing that, what, 50%, 25%? I don't know. Roll the dice today, tomorrow might be something else, right? So I'm kind of curious to see what's, and right now, if to be honest with you, I think that's the only thing propping up these markets right now is names like Nvidia. Like, Microsoft is literally down, waiting to collapse at this level at 378. You lose that level, it's over. 375 becomes a reality, then 371, then 368, right? And it can plummet in a hurry. So there's a lot of, right now it's just sit and wait, I think. Cue the disclaimer, do what you want. Like, would you want to own Tesla at 235? Cool, get a little bit. Why not? Do I think it could easily go to 218 again? Yes. So if you're looking for the trade of the move, I wouldn't touch Tesla yet until it makes a decision. That decision could be, under 234.50, probably going down. Above 237, probably going up. Microsoft above 381, rallies to probably 381 and a half, 382 maybe if you're lucky. But right now everything is like hanging by the lows. New low, Microsoft. There it is. Q's aiming lower. SPY just tagged the low of session. It would appear to me that if we don't see a massive green stripe in the market right now, guys, short is the way to go. And granted, we were saying that quite a bit earlier. 469.28, 469. Okay, let's do this. Call options, Qs right now, we'll do 472 strike, expiration tomorrow. They're about $3.15. I'm going to grab 10 of them. Let's just see what that looks like. I'm going to give it 200 bucks. So really not a whole lot. It'd be like 20 cents if we move. We just filled here at 310. I don't know if you guys are trading options or not, but you can see that was my $3.10 on the Qs for tomorrow, 472. I'm the only lunatic buying them down here without a confirmed move, but let's see if we get a green pop here. Try that around that 472 area. That'll be a nice payday if we get up there. But it'll have to be distinct. And then the flip side is if we, drop down to $2.90, it'll be out. And it could happen like right now, very quickly. Say it again. Is that what you're saying, Paul? Tomorrow, 472 call option. So 472 strike. Tomorrow expiration call option. Bought it for $3.10. I'm in there now. They're worth about 330, 327 right now, 325. Counting on a pop here. So I want to see at least a push over 471 on the Qs. And then I'd be also watching NVIDIA. I really think that NVIDIA's got to lead the way today. If bulls are going to try to make this work, big if. Because I think Microsoft's beat down too much. Meta, maybe 595. I don't know. Do I really? I mean, can I risk $3 on it? Sure. Do I want to? No. I got burned by Meta the other day, so maybe not. Okay, there's the move to the downside on the Qs again. I'm not going to risk a whole lot on these call options rather on the Qs. Literally, if I lose $200, I'm done. I'm not going to trade probably the rest of the day. And then, Microsoft now I'm kind of a little more interested. 379.50. Let's do it. 379.50. We'll do it. Small size, very small size. And if we continue to push, we'll go for it. Yay! Yeah, Tesla. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, these spikes, it's just kind of timing a little bit, but so we're in a Microsoft 379.50. It's a small size. I'd like to see it push to again, 381 is really the level I want to see it hold. I don't know if we're going to get it or not. Here's the good news. My call options on the Qs are up $260. That's pretty cool. Let's see if it can move a little higher. That'd be nice. Over 380, I might add to Microsoft. Why not? Actually, I'll just do it now. Let's do it here. Okay, we'll just add it a little bit to the Microsoft. Move to the upside. Target will be, let's actually make it right at the VWAP. So 381.59. Just call it 381.50-ish. So we can get a couple points out of this deal. This is kind of, watch, now it's going to fill, and I should have hit this thing for like 3,000 shares, something crazy. Again, I'm not going to be greedy about it, but isn't that how it goes? All right, guys, I could take a small partial here on these call options any moment. That'll work. A nice $400. I'll just leave a few to go. There we go. We got filled at 354. Not bad. Not too shabby. Let's see if we get a move over 380. 380.53 is kind of the push I need to see now in Microsoft for me to get, a confirmed, okay, maybe we found buyers. If you're thinking Tesla, keep an eye on that 238 area for some resistance. Again, over 237, you're probably going to see some buying show up. If you guys remember, I took trades in that area. It's actually an important level for Tesla. For now, I think that's kind of newer money that may have showed up to Tesla. Like 182 on Tesla is like legacy old school money. We'll say if it gets down to 182, you're for sure gonna find more buyers down there. Yeah. See, the trouble with NVIDIA is, a couple things. Big split, right? The valuation is amazing. Like they've grown into their earnings. Like you can't say the same for a lot of these other names. You really can't. Heck, you can't even say it for like Tesla, for example. Tesla's like an interesting stock. It's kind of like rolling the dice on the future. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot to say about Tesla. I would argue I'm a Tesla fan. The build quality of their cars aren't my favorite, but it's because I'm a car guy. But anyways, all that to say, is this the opportunity, the last opportunity we see for a while to buy these blue chip names? That's, I think, mark my words, that's going to be the new narrative people are going to be talking about now, right? It's going to be, hey, aren't you going to buy this because it's down this much or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And with NVIDIA, as you guys remember, I mean, it was up at $153 not too long ago. Now it's at $116. So do you own it here? Do you own it at 110? We know there's a lot of money down at 108 and 105. So anyway, I don't think it's going to hurt to buy and hold some of these names with the dip, but there's no guarantees. No guarantees. Guys, I really need to see Microsoft move over this 380.53 area. Good news is call options are working brilliantly. We just reached the 471 level on the Qs, so I might take one more off and let 2 run forever. Not forever, but they expire tomorrow. So, and the trouble with when you have such a short expiration on these options, it's sink or swim quick. You know what I mean? It's almost like trading shares. Almost. I mean, obviously it's not, but from a volatility standpoint, it's a lot, I'd say, higher to be trading with next day expiration type stuff. I don't usually do zero like today. I won't trade today's options, but still, like volatility wise, if it moves in your favor, you make tons of money, like really quick. If it moves against you, it really messes you up pretty quick. So that's why you got to understand the Greeks. That's one of the reasons I selected 472 is I liked the Greeks on it. Let's see. I think take it. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. Guys, watch this big push on Microsoft now. Here it comes. Big spike coming. Big spike. 3, 2, 1, push. Pow.
We've got a lot of guys buying stocks, actually. They love stocks. Everybody loves stocks. Lots and lots of stock traders now.
Tesla's at 237. So keep an eye. I know, who was it, Jeff? You were watching Tesla. Keep an eye on that. Again, at 237, you're probably going to find some more buyers, pushing it to roughly around that 240 area. So I'm watching it in and around this 238 to 240 range, kind of in there. I want to see it kind of get comfortably not selling, or I mean, not moving higher, like for potential to short it. Guys, keep an eye on NVIDIA now. 116.50. You get above 116.70, boom. Maybe we go to 118 after all. Did anybody take this Microsoft trade with me? Woohoo! Cha-ching, making money now. Risky business, but it was the watching price action. We got in 379.50. We are up $1 and change now on Microsoft. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. I'm going to probably leave. Let's see. The Qs look. Oh, my God. Look at this, guys. 392. My options are worth now $392. Made 80 cents on them. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but 80 cents on 1,000. That's, $800. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. Paul, did you took the call options or what? Love that, man. Love that for you. Heck yeah. Oh, you missed the call. Shoot. All right. It's too bad. It's all right. Always plenty of other trades out there, right? Yeah, and this is guys, case in point, even with options, okay? Like, I'm trimming into this strength. We still have 2 options left, and even then, like, I'm thinking about just taking one. Just letting that thing go. You know what I mean? And it's because, like, literally we're running right into a 200 EMA, which is right before a VWAP. Like, we're running into headwind. Do you know what I mean? You can look around, names like NVIDIA now pushing above the 200, pushing above VWAP, aiming towards a high a day, could possibly break out. TSM, kind of the same thing. I wouldn't say breakout, but like, because it's down on the day. But looking good. It's above the VWAP, above the 200. Tesla just barely right in between the 200 and the VWAP right now. Microsoft technically still below it, still below the 200. Then it's got VWAP ahead of it. Meta, is it going to push to 600? We know there's a lot of buyers waiting up there. You know what I mean? So like these are the kind of things like you're trying to get in the mind of the big institutions of moving to liquidity and then dumping when they are. I would argue I'm still getting better, and I know that for sure, at letting some of my winners continue to grow. And the irony is every time I do that, so like I'm very good at like scalping and making money on trades, I would say. The trouble is like, sometimes I'm like, oh man, if I would have left that trade on for another day or whatever, even though I was up on profit and everything, I totally could have afforded to just let it run. I don't. And I miss out on a big, big, big bulk of a move. And so rather than do that, I'm trying to get better at letting some of it run. Well, we've been able to do that with a couple trades, but I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really have the nerves to wait. Like if I'm shorting Meta yesterday, right before the close, I decided to short Meta. It moved against me like 2 points. I'm like, all right, I'm done. I'm not doing it. Right. We got lucky and traded the dip a little bit yesterday. But at the end of the day, like, I don't know about you guys, man, but I don't like losing, period. Like at anything. So sometimes, though, part of this business is you have to be the best loser in the business. Meaning, if you see that you're losing in a trade and you had a setup, like this is a perfect example of Microsoft. I got in 379.50. I knew where my stop loss was going to be, literally $1 to 378.50. We get down to 378.50, dump it. Is that simple? Look, I'm gonna leave this last one Q call option until the close. Let's see what happens. Microsoft will take some off here. Why not? It wasn't a big trade anyway, but it's something. Hey Jeff, you gonna take that short? Look at that on Tesla. Three. What did we say? 238 to 240. What did we get to? 238.10, 238.37, 238.35. Right under the VWAP rejection. Looks good for a short now. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if bulls are seeing this little bounce off the bottom. They really, really try to push. Momentum is a dangerous thing in this market. Let's see. Yes, I missed the call. You have to say it twice. Oh, okay. Did you go? Yeah, nice, Jeff. Cool. Good for you. Yeah, that was the nice. That was a good setup there. I mean, risky right off the rip, right? Because it could easily bounce back up to that 238 area and retest, which is kind of what I'm worried about now. Bulls are seeing this, like, let's see if we can push. And then what I want to do is see, like Jeff, so kind of like in that area you're in now, but I'd almost prefer to see it move higher up to like 239 and change, start to fail in that area, and then on the way back down, take it right around where you got in, 238 area. But yeah, totally get it. Get in while you can, man. That's like my Meta trade today, man. I wanted to short that thing first thing at the open. And I'm like, no, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait till, 624 because it's like a big level convergence, divergence that I, kind of mapped out perfectly in my mind, And I saw pre-market rub at 623 and change. So I'm like, oh, maybe we get a little bit of a spike to kind of purge some of the shorts, right? To get up to that 624 and then start shorting it, let it tank. Well, coulda, shoulda, woulda, man. Because it hasn't stopped selling since the open. What? Oh man, Paul, that's a tall ask, man. Only because like it's like strikes and stuff, and we don't. I mean, most of this group doesn't trade options, right? I don't think. But I mean, like I try to do now is just like announce them. But well, there's talks of Russia coming in. Some news. Give me a sec, guys. Ukrainian government official says keep another time. There's that pullback in Microsoft. Womp womp. Look how strong the selling is, though, guys. Do you see that? Unbelievable. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So is the Qs. If you're in Tesla, man, you want to see the Qs fall off the map, dude. You know what I mean? It'll totally take Tesla with it. Look at that. Look at that. We talked about what a move would look like to start wanting to short. Look at the amount of sellers rocking up to this party. Woo! Well, we wanted to let that last call option run. I'm officially at break even, or well, 3, yeah, on that call option for the Qs. That is disgusting. Guys, do not buy anything right now. Cue the disclaimer. Wow. Nope. Just like that, friends. So look, good news is we got paid on those call options in short order. And now I'm down $14 on this last one. Let me let this candle finish. Don't want to sell out on that obnoxious spike to the downside. Let's see if we get a little bit of love, but I'm basically going to dump this, just try to mitigate my loss on it. Wow. All right, I'm out. Look at that. That is pretty gnarly, guys. There goes that Tesla move, Jeff. Congrats. You should get it now. Below 234, that thing should start to really get buried. Tempted to join you, actually. All right, 235.35. I'll join you. Small short Tesla, Jeff. It's probably right about when you're getting out, huh? Yeah. This is a big sell-off now. We should see some proper capitulation to the downside, maybe a markdown. Big movement. For this, because it's a small position for me on Tesla, I may wait till we see the 220s. So 229, 228. Because I don't want to give back any money today, guys. I don't want to give back anything. You know, even that call option, I gave back a total of $21. So technically it moved against me as if, remember I told you I only want to risk $200 on that trade. It got to basically where I wanted the stop to be, plus or minus because I hit a market order. So, you know, it's what it is. But now I really want to see, I want to see Tesla fall off the map. And I hate to say that because, you know, fan of Tesla, just Jeff, add to your short, man. Well, I mean, heck, dude, if you're willing to wait till the low of day, right? Like, then you got to wait for the actual break. Then, I mean, I'm with you though. I normally do that too. Like right at the breakout zone, just take some off to protect in case we bounce and find buyers. So I get it. Right on, man. Yeah, I got late to your party though, Jeff. I joined you. Yeah, Paul, sorry for that, man. It's just like I said with options, it's just kind of sometimes on the fly I'll look at them, but I do a little more analysis on like the Greeks probably, and explaining that every time is not always fun. But like the only reason I took the option trade on the Qs was I really liked the Greeks on that specific strike, given where we were. So I looked at where the VWAP was at 472, and when I was looking at gamma and delta on that particular strike, it looked really nice. I mean, it was still kind of expensive for 1 day expiration, but the fact that the Greeks were in favor of like, hey, if it moves, basically, do you know how to read the Greeks, Paul? Just curious. Totally cool if you don't, but if you don't, then I'm sure you can like Google it, but it's pretty important. Yeah, some okay. Well, yeah, because the big thing is like basically if you for every dollar a stock moves, there's a coefficient or associated to that. There's really only like 4 of the Greeks that you really need to know, and a lot of people talk about theta, but there's delta and gamma. You've heard of like a gamma squeeze. It's where it comes from. And then there's like rho, which you don't. It's important. It's just I don't know. Most people aren't really analyzing that too much unless you're in big like swing trading. But yeah, like all that makes a difference on strike price selection, sizing, and then timing. You know what I mean? And like what I'm trying to do is, as I mentioned before, like I've got 2 accounts basically. So I've got an account for trading, and then I've got an account for options trading, and it just helps me separate the two. And at this point, I'm just trying to beat the market every year if I can. And for a while there, it was like, oh man, if I make $4,000 a day, I make $1 million a year, and that's still, I mean, it's kind of the goal. But instead of worrying about the money, I'm just trying to like outperform if I can, and that'll give me an opportunity to stop focusing on just the dollar amount and really focus on the output of my efforts. Guys, did we just tag a double bottom? 468.17 is where we just hit. Where was the previous low? 467.01 and 467.77. So is that potential? Are we at a double bottom now? Question mark. I still don't think so, but it could easily be looked at as that. I just go through. So right now I'm trying to switch brokers like for everything, but all my stuff right now is through Fidelity. But I'm gonna probably end up switching that to Interactive Brokers for everything. So I'm in the process of doing that. I got all like the paperwork set up. It just takes a little bit of time, and then I got to transfer funds and do all that fun stuff, which that doesn't take too long, but it's just kind of a pain. I'm not sure I understand why. What do you mean? Why I change brokers? I mean, I don't have a tendency to use a ton of margin, but 1, margin costs are way less, and then 2, I actually like a lot of their tools. So I mean, I still predominantly use TradingView for charting, but I like some of the additional tools that you get with IBKR that you don't with some of the other brokers. And then I'm on the fence right now. I've got I've got kind of like a news, feed, I'll say, that I pay for, several actually, but I don't know. I want to get to the point where I'm not questioning whether or not to buy the Bloomberg terminal and just do it. So who knows? That's another reason why I want to grow the channel. Like, if we can grow the channel, then I can afford the costs, and it's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? But tacking on another $2K a month on top of all the stuff I got going now, like, would I rather have that or another house or another, nice car? You know what I mean? Like, that's it's realistic. Like, with $2,500 a month ish, kind of averages out. Yeah, no, Paul. I mean, it's not so much that they're cheaper. There's like, so normally you've got, in many cases, a lot of these brokers will charge you for, they do commission-free trading, but then options, one of two things. Either they say it's zero cost options, but your price is going to be nearly $1 more. Or, they basically amortize that cost. Cause like right now, I think with Fidelity, I want to say it's like 69 cents per contract. So if you buy 10 contracts, you're out $7, basically $6.90. And for me, it's more of just, stepping up. Like, I'm not saying Fidelity's a bad place. I mean, they're wonderful. They've got like a lot of my, 401k stuff, whatever. But I've been using them for trading from the beginning, and the trouble is, like, it's just not nearly as, I'd say, even competitive from a tool standpoint. It's great for like trading. If you're doing like long-term investing and stuff like that, it's phenomenal for that. But if you're getting in and out of positions, it's just, there's a lot more intuitive tools that are out there, I'll say. So I'm gonna give it a try. Hopefully, we'll see. If I hate it, I can always move back, I guess. I mean, not a terrible day. I wouldn't say it's my greatest day either. It's not bad. No complaints. I had a couple red days this week that, one really pissed me off, to be honest, but it happens. When you get to that point where you're actually getting emotional about a trade, then step away. Take a break. Anyway, with that, guys, I gotta take off here. Let's keep an eye on some of these levels. I think, to your point, Jeff, good luck on Tesla. I'm with you on it. Unfortunately, I'm kind of red on the trade, but it's a little guy, so I don't mind holding on. Again, if it gets over 239, I'll dump it more than likely. I'm just keeping an eye on the SPY and the Qs right now. They look really heavy, and the Qs look even heavier. So if we break 467.80 on the Qs, well, guys, you tell me where you think the bottom's going to be. In fact, maybe we should take a poll. But yeah, I got to bounce. So look, I'll see you guys tomorrow at the open. If you are taking trades here in the afternoon, be very, 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 very careful. Jeff, yeah, cheers to you, man, for sure. But appreciate y'all. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers. God bless.